it's me, Magical Princess, Angel of Justice, Protector of the peace-loving planet of Rabu Faru, at your service. So today we're going to be starting on a fun project. Basically, I want to turn one of my OCs into a Vtuber. Not for me to use, but for a project I'm thinking about. So those of you who have been watching my stream for a while know about my customizable Vtuber model that I created last year. And I want to start taking commissions that are going to be way cheaper than having a model rigged from scratch by using the customizable Vtuber model as a base and then adding special extras on it to create something that looks completely custom. So I'm going to test out if this is actually going to work as a commission or not with my OC here, Opal Fire. And if all succeeds at the end, I will have her available for like a digital download on Etsy and my website. So I have been thinking a lot about her outfit design. I definitely think it needs some more interesting details up around the neck, because most VTubers, it's like you only see our necks anyway, so it might as well be interesting. But I'm going to start with the hair first, just to see what kind of outfit is going to better complement the hair at that angle. I just kind of drew her off the top of my head, like all the details here. I just kind of threw on as I went in the first place, but I still consider her an OC. She's based on October's birthstone Opal, and Opal has what's known as fire inside of the stone, where when you shift an opal back and forth, it flashes almost like it's on fire. And so I took that kind of concept and turned her into a fire fairy. Here she raises baby dragons. So that's kind of the concept behind her, as well as some interesting details such as, did you know that anything can become an opal, including fossils? So here is a fossilized ammonite that is opalized. And I actually saw this ammonite in person in a gem shop and bought it for my sister. And sat it right next to the computer when I drew this as a reference, and then I gave it to my sister. But it is like the coolest thing. I love opals. I'm glad that opal is my birthstone. I'm lucky, I think, with that. There's other, beautiful gemstones, but I just adore opal. All the different colors, the iridescence, maybe it shaped me as to who I am as a person. That's highly possible. So I am going to kind of rearrange my screen here so that I am going to do a video of this after it's done where everything is condensed. So let me just put away my wings so that there's more space. I'm not blocking the whole screen with my wings, and I'm also going to just take off this image before the moment, or maybe I'll move it. Let's see. I'll take this image and put it, I don't know where to put her so she's not like in the way. Yeah, she can go like all the way down there. If anybody needs to see her during the process, I will pull her up. So for now, I am going to take the sticker version and pop it out so that it's kind of next to me. And we're going to go from there. I'm just setting things up. moving my chat over so that I can see it. Alright, here is the template that I actually drew the original hairstyles on. However, I'm going to start here with this template and kind of draw the whole look, sketch it out, make sure that we like it before we start to render the individual pieces. This was a VTuber design that I had kind of just sketched out at random, which is kind of similar. This is the kind of aesthetic that I like to design characters in, quite obviously, and I went for the kind of holy, I don't know how to describe this, like moth-eaten metal aesthetic on her outfit. I think I'm gonna base the new outfit for the fairy off of this. So I'm going to extend the canvas and we can put the fairy kind of off to the side so that we can see her while we are working. I'm actually gonna put her on. Well, I'm gonna just flip her, I think. I think that makes sense. Okay, there she is. So she's flipped right now so that we can see her face a little bit better as we work. And the top half of the outfit, which is going to be obviously the most, going to need to pay the most attention to, for sure. Turn off the Ocean Gal, and now I just have a duplicated version of her, and I'm just going to start here. Hello, welcome Cobrazilla, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Alright, so we are going to, I think I like this darker pencil right now. I've been using this a lot more than my sketchy pencil for some reason, so. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just start with the features that we know that she has. And just go from there. So her hair is kind of angled into the middle to her bangs. So maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe a little cleaner. Ah! I need to click on the wrong file. Good, I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Corpuzilla. I'm adjusting my camera. There we go. So I wanted to do a project like this for a while. However, my Live2d was kind of broken for months. And so I just kind of put it out of my mind to do any projects. And honestly, I should be focusing a lot more on Volume 8. However, Live2d is really therapeutic for me in an odd way, or maybe I get obsessive about it and that kind of helps me. I don't know. But I definitely enjoy Live2d and have really missed it since I've kind of put it on hold for so long. And so I'm really excited to get back into it, even if it's for a quick project or a few. As you can tell, I have rigged myself a drawing arm. Which is exciting. It moves around with my pen, and I have created one that can be used for any model. I just haven't released it yet. It was kind of like a one-day activity. I had a lot of fun with it. Alright, so she's got like one long strand and then one strand behind her ears. So I'm just gonna keep going with the mirrored look for now. So her ponytails come from inside these things. And deep inside there, I guess. Kind of like this. And then her hair is like super, super long. I don't even know how long it is. It's definitely down past her elbows, at least I can see here, and then maybe down to the end of her hands or longer, so I'm gonna go with that. And it kind of has a little bit of a curls at the bottom, but still like very straight and choppy ends. I think it's really cute. I love hair where it has the choppy ends. I'll erase the long strand of hair on this side. Maybe I was drawing these like hair accessories kind of like leaning forward. However, I think they're gonna look better if they actually like lean backwards so that her ponytail is like more behind her head, and we can just rig it so that we can show the inside of it when she turns her head, kind of more like the art. So I'll turn that around for the moment. Alright, there we go. They're kind of like cat ears or horns almost. I think they're very cute. I definitely wanted it to look kind of like reminiscent of the little dragons that she has. Maybe this is why they see her as like a caretaker figure, because she wears fake dragon ears. I don't know. I just like making up stories about characters as I go. Copy and paste. Now I can start designing her an outfit, and that came very rapidly. I don't feel like I'm ready for all that. So I definitely want to kind of keep elements of her original outfit, but add some more interest up around the neck. So I was talking about the ammonite that I really love on her leg, and I think I'm going to start by seeing how I might like it if she had like a choker necklace with the ammonite on it instead of the, well, maybe in addition to, honestly, the bottom. I think that looks pretty cute already. And I can still give her potentially her bodysuit kind of looking thing, but I could expand upon it, maybe make some like mesh cutouts or additional details in the middle of some kind. So you go ahead and start by giving her her bodysuit. So for a lot of these fairies, the idea was to do almost some mixtures of futuristic fashion with like a goddessy vibe, so that's kind of where this bodysuit thing that she's wearing comes from. That was the idea, at least. So I don't know how this will translate to a VTuber, but we'll see. Hello, welcome Sun, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm excited to start this project. It has been a while since I have rigged anything, and I've been thinking about turning Opal Fire into a VTuber almost since I drew her, and luckily around the time that I created her, which was October of, oh my gosh, I think it was like 2022? Oh my gosh, forever ago. I had a client that wanted some jewelry designed for their VTuber, and I pitched the idea of opal jewelry so that I could use techniques that I would want to use for this VTuber on another model. So it's been a long time that I've wanted to draw this as a model. Obviously, I will not be using her for myself. This is going to be just something I release online and see if people want her. It'll also bulk up my portfolio a little bit, which will be nice. So I know I have heels on for her, but I think she's probably going to be like barefoot, or I'll give her like sandals or something, but people can take off the sandals if they want, maybe, so that she's barefoot like in the original drawing. But I want her to stand on her tiptoes every once in a while. I don't know how to explain it, but I want her to when she's moving around, I want her to stand up on her tiptoes when she raises her head or lowers her head and then her like feet touch the ground. I just think that'd be really cute. And I think that still works if she has sandals on, honestly. As long as they're like flat sandals that don't restrict the back of her foot here, I think that'll be fine. I don't know why I drew that toe so big. She's looking pretty cute so far. I'm gonna change her bodysuit to a color, and then I'm going to start working on some elements for the top of her design. I think I still want to use this jewelry thing that she's got going on, so I'm going to draw it and see how I like it. I'm just gonna, instead of drawing the individual beads at first, I'm going to draw just like this. And it has some tighter beads going like this, so like some body art. I mean, that gives a pretty interesting look. It's just, sometimes VTubers you're not even gonna see like past here. And so I need some more interesting elements up here. Maybe on her shoulders or something, or additional elements for the top. I'll think about it as I go. So I'm gonna draw her ammonite on her leg. And I'll probably actually cut a lot of the art right out of the original piece just to make it easy on myself, since this is just kind of an experiment that I want to do. But we'll see. And then she's got one sleeve, or one long glove, and then the other glove is her metal glove for when these dragon kittens climb up and down her arm, I guess. Okay. So the glove goes like this, and she's got little jewelry, which I think is still fine to keep, and then her ring, which is a raw opal. Sun says, I'm eating early lunch. I think your designs are so fun. My favorite gemstone is fluorite. What's your favorite gemstone? Is it opal? So it was definitely opal while I was growing up, but it's funny that you mentioned fluorite because that also is a strong contender. Though I do have a final favorite after this, but it kind of went opal, and then I found out about fluorite because I found one in the mountains once, and I loved how it was fluorescing in the dark because I had a black light in my room at the time, and it was really, really cool. And so I have a few pieces of fluorite that I've bought since then and adore it. I also like when you polish fluorite, and it has like this very interesting texture when it's polished, and rubbing it kind of brings me some comfort. So I usually work with this fluorite pillar next to my desk so that I can pet it, I guess. Almost like I have a pet fluorite, maybe. But my final favorite, once I learned about it, is definitely watermelon tourmaline, which is tourmaline that grows with green around the edges and pink in the center, so it looks like watermelon, and it is so beautiful. So beautiful. So that's my top favorite now that I learned about it. I only learned about it at a museum up in Maine where I'm living now. And a year later, after I saw it for the first time, my fiance proposed with a watermelon tourmaline ring, and so it's definitely my top favorite, and tops opal and fluorite, but I still love all three. I wanted to do a fluorite girl, but she does not. There is no fluorite for birthstones, at least in the original set from like the 1900s, which is what I was following for these designs. But I thought, oh my gosh, if the gemstone fairies do well, then I'll branch out to some of my other favorites like fluorite, but they did not do so well, and so I never did a fluorite. Sun says, I love fluorite because my favorite colors, purple, green, and blue. Yes, oh my gosh, I love how it has the bands of those colors. The pillar of fluorite that I have doesn't really have that much purple in it, but it has a lot of different shades of blue and green, and so it kind of looks like the ocean. It has these bands of white in it. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. Sun says, aw, that's so sweet. Yes, isn't it? So yes, I'm a big fan of gemstones, and I love to draw them, and yeah, so this is why this is fun. Of course, she only has one gemstone on her, but try to think about what. I guess I'll just continue drawing whatever she has on her original design and then just change it up from there. I tried to think a little bit about this last night. It was keeping me awake. I was like, I didn't actually figure out how I wanted to change her design for her Vtuber version. I was just so excited about it that I planned a stream without even thinking about it, so now I have to think about it live. There's her thingy. I think she looks pretty cute so far. And I'm gonna draw her some sandals. So they would have to be flat sandals so that she can kind of like raise up in them, because that's the way that I want to rig her. I just think it'd be so much fun to rig. It's more work for myself, but it would be fun. Alright, so she kind of like lifts up out of the sandals, and so she can't have anything to tie her feet down, just something in the front. So probably more of this like wiggly metal, I guess. And I will make these way cooler as I go, but just want to get a whole look down. So in her original design, she's got, and I'm gonna just draw it though, I think I might want to change it a little bit. She has this kind of like off to the side Grecian draped thingy, I guess, that comes over her shoulder, which is cute, but I don't really think it's a design that a VTuber would really as much go for, so I might change it, but we're just gonna draw it to start. You told me it was okay to call you Albert, right? I'm trying to remember what you said that your nickname should be. But it is nice to see you again. Is anybody doing anything fun today? For me today, this is my fun thing to do. So I'm gonna see how this looks, if it's kind of a semi-transparent. Okay, semi-transparent, like overlay thing. I mean, it's actually pretty cute. Just her original design is actually pretty cute. Once I added that necklace to it, maybe all it needed was the necklace. I don't know. I might have... I don't want to go too crazy on this because this is a test. However, I am kind of wondering if I should do an alternate outfit, or at least something a little bit more modern for her as well. Like she could have one of those classic VTuber jacket things or something. So for people who don't really want her to look like a goddess as much, I don't even know how to draw these classic VTuber jackets. They're like so weird looking, but I'll figure it out. But just imagine with me, if you will. I'm gonna go a little higher up. Big sleeves or something. She could be like this, I guess. A zipper. Yeah, so maybe she could have a more modern look too. That way, if people aren't into the goddess vibe, they could look a little bit more street style. Albert says, yes, I can call him Albert, and says, I didn't do much today. Well, hopefully it was a relaxing day. Sometimes it's good to just not do much in a day. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could wear the jacket over this look, but I just don't think that looks as good. I guess I'll leave them the option. Yeah, hey, that looks fairly cute. Alright then, if she's gonna have a jacket, I've gotta actually design it properly. So let's duplicate and turn everything else blue so that we're not distracted. Alright, I'm gonna think about what kind of jacket she would like. I doubt that she's cold that much. She is a fire fairy after all. Sun says, yes, the VTuber jacket. I think a modern outfit could be a fun test. Oh good, I'm glad you think so too. Yeah, I'm gonna do the classic VTuber jacket. So I'm gonna do the shape of it. Like kind of off the shoulder. I'm gonna do like the sleeves a little scrunched up. I don't know, maybe I need to look at some of these VTuber jackets. Like as I'm drawing it, I'm like, is this what they look like? It's like I'm forgetting as I draw it what they're supposed to look like. I guess I can always make it my own. I'm just like, how am I supposed to look? Definitely a chunky zipper, and on one side she can have a big zipper pull because I love big zipper pulls. Albert says, maybe I will make music, maybe even read a book, or even write a story. That sounds like a good plan. Those are a lot of good options. Right now, I'm finishing up reading Earthsea, which I think I talked about one of my last streams, but I'm finally through the last book now. I only have, I think it's like 3 short stories that are kind of in the back of the combined edition, so that's exciting. Loved it. It was so good. It took me months to read though. It's massive. Albert says, but I don't know if I'll do those things. Not doing great. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. guess if I had to choose between those three things, if I wasn't feeling mentally well, then Usually I would go for reading a book because when I'm not doing great mentally, trying to do anything creative, I typically have a lot of self-doubt, so reading a book kind of takes me to another place for a little bit, and then usually I feel inspired at the end of it because I'm thinking about the book and thinking, wow, I would also like to, you know, create something great. Sometimes it gets me out of the funk, depending on how bad it is, of course, but... Akane, welcome! Akane says, sup, I just got the notification, good to see you streaming. Yes, yes, it's good to be streaming. Let's see, I don't know what kind of color I want to do for this yet. Sun said, did you see the Ghibli Earthsea? So yes, I did, and I saw it when I was in middle school. I think I was like 11 or 12 maybe. And it was a wild ride. It was a wild ride. I remember liking it for its sheer like shock factor of like the villain kind of melting there at the end. That's why I liked it as a kid, but I have not rewatched it. However, since I'm at the end of Earthsea, I'm about to rewatch it. Now, I do know that Ursula Le Guin, who wrote the book, said that she liked Ghibli's Earthsea, but that it wasn't Earthsea, it was some other story, but she thought it was a good story. She was like, not my story, but it was a good one. I was like, what a way to put that. So I thought that was funny. So I'm definitely gonna go in, you know, with her review in mind and see what I think, but it was really a really nice story from start to end. It touched on some, I guess, like themes of death and some themes of being a woman that I don't see fantasy books touch on at all. And so I really, really respected it for that, and it was just such an emotional, beautiful journey. She does an amazing job. I can't wait to read more of her books. Albert says, maybe I'll make another profile picture. Current one is made by you. Oh, interesting. I'm like trying to get close to the screen so I can see it. Looks like a little Grecian statue kind of vibe. Very cool. Sen says, how does the book compare? Oh, from what I can remember, I think Ghibli's Earthsea was, from what I remember, obviously, I have to rewatch it and then I can give the full review. But it was much more condensed, and I guess the other thing that I really like about Earthsea from a fantasy perspective is that like 90% of the characters are people of color, which is really, really cool and not in any fantasy series, especially from that time at least. And Ghibli took that out for sure. Also, there's, I think, a lot more themes of death and womanhood in the original book series compared to the Ghibli one, since the Ghibli one was almost a retelling of book 3, which focuses on a young boy who becomes a king later on, and that one doesn't have much links back to like the stories of womanhood that are woven throughout the whole entire series, which is like 6 books, I think. Since I was just reading it in one massive collection, it was kind of hard to tell where some of them stopped and ended, so I'm saying 6 maybe. But I still think that the Ghibli film captured one of the most iconic scenes from the book where, well, I guess I can't give spoilers, but where basically the main character comes to terms with his own inner darkness and accepts it and can move on and embrace himself as a full person with the good and bad, and by doing so doesn't fear death so much anymore. And Ghibli did really capture that moment for me, and it stuck with me my whole life. And so when I read the scene again in the book, I was imagining, you know, the Ghibli scene of it. It's just so good. But I'm excited to rewatch the movie and that I can give like a full in-depth analysis. Sun says, authors be honest, yeah. Sun says, have you read House Moving Castle? Maybe we can do a book club. Oh my gosh, I would love to read a House Moving Castle. So when I was younger, me and my sister would do this thing where we would each read books, but we wouldn't read the same book as each other, and then we would give a dramatic, like, 2-hour retelling of whatever book we read, and so we felt like we could read twice as many books if we did that, though that doesn't really make any sense looking back on it, but she read House Moving Castle as one of her books that she did the dramatic retelling for me of, as well as the second book in House Moving Castle, but I never read it, but I would like to. Obviously one of my favorite Ghibli movies, and though Nausicaa's number one for sure, but House Moving Castle I think is the one that I've seen most often. Oh my gosh, they're all so good. It's hard to choose. Akane says, so I started watching a show recently, now I'm hyper fixated on it. A friend recommended it to me. I was going to watch it eventually, but they gave me a boost to do it with no regrets. Oh, sounds awesome. I'm glad that you found a show that you love so much. What is the name of the show? Albert says, the statue in my profile picture is the statue of David by Michelangelo. Okay, yes, I do know that one. I used to work at the Ringling Museum a few years ago, which is in Florida, and they have a life-size reproduction of it, so like not the original one, but it's also very old statue, so it's like, I want to say like at least 200 years old, but it's a reproduction of that statue, and it was really cool to see that version in person at least. Akane says it's called Bochi the Rock. Oh, I have heard of that one. Well, I'm glad it's good. I typically watch a lot of first episodes of things when they're coming out by season, and I did end up watching the first episode, and I thought it seemed fun. It seemed like K-On! With more anxiety. But however, you know me, I tend to like start things and then never finish them. But I'm glad that it is a good one for you to watch. That's awesome. Alright, VTuber jacket. I was ignoring my VTuber jacket. VTuber jacket, huh? I was dreading the VTuber jacket when I did my customizable VTuber, and so I ended up doing like a sweater instead of the VTuber jacket because I was struggling so much with it. But I'm gonna do my best now. Alright, some VTubers have it more high up. I see. I'm looking at images now so that I can figure out what they did. So most of them were kind of like more like this, I guess. And then the back is longer instead of front facing, I guess. And let me look at a few more of them, and then I'll be off and running on my own. I'm getting a lot of merchandise that is, you know, like VTuber themed jackets is what I'm seeing here instead of VTuber jackets. Please, how do you draw a jacket for VTuber? I guess most of them are like double layered for some reason, and then maybe like that. My desire to make everything more accurate to actual fashion is seeping in. I'm like, do I have a jacket that's similar? I could go try one on in the mirror and put it down over my shoulders and see how it looks. But that's okay, I'll do my best. Okay, alright. Putting down my phone, I'm doing a free-for-all now. Let me read the chat. Kane says, yeah, I haven't liked this an anime this much in a while, so the show is definitely up my alley. Oh, that's good to hear! Did you end up watching any of the Deer Girl anime? I remember you were talking about it last time in the chat. and said that you might give it a shot, so I was curious. I have only watched the first episode of that. I want to watch more, but I am waiting a little bit. I haven't watched any seasonal anime the last few weeks, so I am off on my own on this jacket. Zipper on one side. I don't know, I almost kind of like my original one more, but I know that's not the typical Vtuber jacket. I guess it's gotta have like more of a collar on it or something. This stream is just gonna be me struggling with this jacket the whole time. Getting like obsessed with making this jacket correct. Let's see, I like it in VTubers, they have like these like strap things on their jacket. I've seen this before. And it's gotta have zippers. I like the sleeves that I did better on the other one. It's almost kind of like more like this. Kind of coming down over the... like that, I guess. This is so confusing for me. I'm trying to think, like, if a fire fairy was gonna wear a jacket, what kind of jacket would it be? I think, oh my gosh, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try a whole new jacket. I'm gonna just go crazy on this jacket. I don't have to think about what other VTubers have done, I guess. I mean, this is obviously a VTuber that is going to be released online, so I want people to decently like it. Akane says, yes, I watched both episodes. This is about the Dear Girl anime. Can I say the name of it? I don't think so. It's like Noko Tan, I think. Anyway, Akane says, addicted to it, so funny. While I do think some of the jokes are a bit fan servicey for the most part, the show hits comedy mark. Oh, okay. First episode did not really give those vibes for me, but who knows? I mean, I have not watched the other ones, but it was pretty funny. I'm excited to see the next episodes and see what I think. My favorite part is when she busts through the wall and nobody seems surprised. When she's the new student introduction, that was like the best part, and they slow it down and there's chanting and epic music like she's a titan breaking the wall or something. I loved that. Alright, Akane is giving me the name. Shika Noko Koshi Tan Tan. Okay, there we go. My dear friend Noko Tan. Hello, welcome Fredbear, how are you? Alright, jacket. If I was going to design a jacket for a fire fairy, I'm gonna start with sleeves, because I really did like this kind of sleeve on her, where it goes down pretty far over her arms and then kind of stops right there. Make it a little bit scalloped. And the desire to just like pause the stream and go fish out a jacket and stand in the mirror is strong. I could definitely move on to other things. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with this. I mean, hey, it could even be like zipped in the front still or something. That could be cute. I like a little dress almost. I don't know. Alright, hitting the backspace. I'm going to stop obsessing with this, and after the stream I will go find a jacket, stand in the mirror, and figure it out. So, what that means is that if I want to, I could just start. which is crazy. Akane says that was my favorite part too. It was so random I couldn't stop laughing at it. Yeah, it was the best. Akane says, I never asked. Well, maybe I did in the past, but I'll ask again. When you hit 1,000 subs, what will you think you'll do? Oh my gosh, I didn't think it'll be a long time. However, I did gain quite a bit of followers when I went to the convention in Maine, which was super cool. Everyone was so supportive. There was a lot of people that came up and were very open about the fact that they were also VTubers, which I never had in Florida or Georgia, where they were like showing me their model and talking about what kind of things they like to stream, you know, some of the struggles of rigging or the struggles of being solely a streamer, and were really interested in what I was doing. I had some really fun conversations, so I got quite a few new followers. I think it was like 50 people, and so now I'm at over 600, which is super exciting. Yay! When I get to 1,000, I don't know. I don't know. I guess do some kind of rewards or something. I'll probably ask people at that time what they would want me to do, whether it's like karaoke or a particular game or request stream for drawing maybe. Of course, I'm probably going to do a few of those things at the end of the month for my VTuber anniversary, which is exciting. I still have not scheduled that, but I want to do some fun stuff. Sun says, it could be more kimono style, no worries, don't stress. Thank you. You can tell I was getting stressed out about it. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm definitely gonna come back to it. The kimono style is a good one. Thank you for that. I mean, that could also look really cute with her outfit design. Yeah, that sounds really cute, like a wrap almost aside or something. That sounds adorable. I love my kimono, so I have a kimono and I'll just draw it on her. Not that I'm drawing it as like a design on her, but I have a vintage like kimono top that I typically wear to conventions, and I'll put out her arms so you can see why I love this top so much. It is a pink silk with cherry blossoms on it, and it stops like the right length away from my wrists, which is very important because I'm very petite, and as such most sleeves are like this long on my hands. This one stops at the right length so I don't get food on it and stuff. And it's very straight. It comes down to like just under my butt, which is nice length for me. Again, I'm petite, so most things I just feel like don't really hit right. And then the sleeves are about the same length when I lift out my hands, and then the inside is so cute. So the outside is like a, I could probably just pull up an image of it, way easier than doing all this, but I'm gonna draw it anyway. It's like this color pink. I know you can't really see that, it's so light. So like that color pink with, I don't know how to say it, but it's silk with almost like an embossed look to it. So it's got little cherry blossoms in it, but they're not of any color of embroidery or anything. And then the inside is like a brighter peach with like a peony design on them. And then it has like a really nice stiff collar. And the thing that I love about this is that when I'm at conventions and I don't want to carry a bag, I can just throw my wallet in these sleeves and it will never fall out. I have tried flinging my arms around to see if my wallet and everything else I cram in there will fly out, but it doesn't. And I think that's cool. It also makes it so I have like less chance of getting stolen from, because nobody's gonna think to reach inside my sleeves to get something. And so I love it a lot. I mean, this could be really cute to rig if she like raised up her hands so that you could see like the inside of the kimono. But that might be getting too crazy. But anyway, I love this thing. It is one of my favorite clothing pieces. I just typically don't wear it unless I'm at a convention. Akane says, karaoke stream, maybe you could sing the entire Shikinoko Noko Koshi Tan Tan song. Oh my gosh. That would be really funny. But as you can see, I can barely say the name of the anime, but I watched like 2 minutes of the challenge where you're supposed to just listen to the same 15-second clip of that song over and over and over again. And the way that I now can't get it out of my head. Sun says, sleeve pockets are the future. I think it was the past, honestly. Because I know that there was sometimes it's like between, oh my gosh, I used to do like fashion history stuff, and so I used to have all this knowledge on the top of my head, but there was plenty of times in the past in European fashion where there was sleeves hidden inside, or there was like pockets hidden inside of ladies' sleeves. There was also pockets that were like inside the skirts, or that they would even just tie around the front, kind of like apron or something. But the pocket sleeves was fun because the sleeves were so massive, you know, they were like big old, you know, like big old sleeves like this, and so there would be like slits in them and you could just stick things in there. And I'm pretty sure that the Japanese did used to keep things in their kimonos just like I was doing, but I don't know for certain. So I would have to look that one up. Alright, so I'm gonna put back everything. We're gonna take a look at it. Yeah, I think this is acceptable if she has a more modern look. I think that's fine. So I don't really want to redraw all of this stuff, honestly, so I'm probably going to do a lot of like cutting things out of the original. Like, I think that this is all one layer, so I could just, yeah, cut this stuff. And then, I don't know about these flowers though. I put so much detail into these flowers, like, you can only see when I really, really zoom in, but these flowers are so detailed. So, let's see. No, they are attached to the hair, which is too bad. Let's see if the line art is different. Yay! Oh no, actually it's attached to the hair. How about this one? This one seems to be not attached to the hair. Struggling. There's like so many overlay layers on this. Okay. Okay, that one does not seem to be attached to anything, which is kind of weird. So now I have to find the layer that it's on. Why is there so many layers? Man, I probably should have just drawn this image in layers in the first place, honestly. Almost like I was cutting a VTuber model, because why is there so many layers but none of them are separate? I don't know why. Why did I do it this way? Okay, so that one's her hair. Struggling to find out which one is... Oh, I think that was it. Okay. One part of the flower at least. Guess that's the other part. Oh my gosh, I don't even know. Okay, so the other thing I could try. I'm going to pull this back over here. So This is a technique that I see a lot of riggers using, but I have not personally used myself. However, this might be the time to test it out. Which is when they cut things by just removing everything else. Which again, I haven't tried, but I do not really want to draw all these details again. This art piece took me a long time. I did not keep track of my hours on it, but it was a lot. No! I hate how sometimes the select just decides not to select. Okay, let's just go up here. Oh my gosh. Okay, it seemed to get that one. So just gonna have all these orchids in your hair, though there'll probably be a way to turn off the orchids potentially for like that more modern look. I don't know what kind of hair accessories might give more of a modern look for people. Maybe like hair clips or something. Okay, how this is not wanting to select this one portion for some reason. Okay, there we go. Okay, one more. Copy and paste. Now let's see how that came out. Looks okay, I guess. Here's my head model. I might just start with, sorry for bouncing around so much between things, but I might just start with her hair. I'm gonna yank my sketch out of here. Copy. We'll paste it into here. I'll put it on this head. My computer is acting up on this one. That took a lot of energy for it, I guess. The right size. That seems fine. Around size 50. Want more stabilization. Oh my gosh, I guess I'm really going for it. This needs to be a little longer to accommodate for her. Oh my gosh, her freaking long hair. Do one side of the hair, rig it, and then flip it potentially, because I think that's going to be much faster. So I'm just going to start doing the individual line art pieces, which are going to be layered. my vector eraser. Oops. Didn't mean to draw that on a piece of hair that needs to be done separately. You know. And then those will be done by themselves. Take a look at her hair again. Okay. I want one more strand for the bangs. Set back here. Oops. Yeah, I wish I had more clear goal of what I'm doing as a VTuber sometimes. When, you know, Akane asks me things like, what am I going to do when I get to, you know, 1,000 followers or something like that, and I don't really have a clear answer. You know, I started VTubing haphazardly, and as such, I don't know what I'm doing still. Having fun, that's for sure. I mean, I have been doing it for almost 3 years now. I'm having fun, but where am I going? I don't know. I don't think that I'm destined for VTuber fame or anything, since I typically stream a lot less than anybody who's actually trying to be a well-known VTuber. I just kind of tend to just stream when I can. Definitely have fun doing it. Trying to get a look at what her hair looks like again. Alright, this hair is behind the ear, that is over the shoulder. And it's time for her special ears. Now this model does have normal ears, and elf ears. However, this is going to be like a different kind of ear. However, I'm going to do it almost like jewelry, so it might be removable, where people can either have normal ears, elf ears, or the jewelry on the ears. Maybe I'll see. So I'm just going to using this ear as a reference. Oops. Behind the ear, and then I could probably just gonna make that a little bit bigger. And then I'll probably just use the other strand of hair behind her shoulder. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Alright, now for her weird thingy-majigs here. I'm going to grab the line art for this. Copy. And paste. Put it out here so I can erase all this unnecessary stuff. notch out of it right here. Erase the littler ones, smaller ones, I guess. And then put it in place. I want it to go on this side because again I am just gonna rig one side and flip it, I believe. It's gonna do a little free transform, turn it into the shape that I more want for this angle, front facing angle. And then I will just, once I color this, this to be almost more like this angle. Right. Fake cat ears, I guess. Hope people like her even though she doesn't have real cat ears. I think they're very cute, and they're not horns either, so hopefully people like her even though she doesn't have horns or cat ears, she just has like fake horns. Sun says, you were the first VTuber I watched, so I think you were doing a good job. I have nothing to compare it. Oh, well thank you for watching me as your first VTuber anyway. That makes me happy. Alright, so that is that. Now for her long hair strands. Put a white layer below all this so that I can get a look at what it's looking like. Looks nice. Alright. Hair comes out, straight down, and into this tumbling mess, which will probably be several different pieces of art. I don't know why these black dots keep appearing. Let's get rid of them this way. Since erasing doesn't seem to do it. I think I'm going to leave this less detailed and then just do some detail strands. Let me turn that one a different color so that I can see where each one is. Another one, take a look at where the next one I wanted to go is. Turn that one blue. This hair is going to be fun to rig, but also horrible to rig. That's what I think. Just predicting that right now. It's not really the most straightforward shape, so I think it might be a little tricky in places. Oops. Something like that. gonna be cute. I don't know if I should give her any alternate hair options or what. I know that some pre-made VTubers, I don't know what's on the other side of that, but some pre-made VTubers have, you know, alternate options, but if I'm gonna put in a lot of effort into this hair rig, then I don't really want to do alternate options. And I save that also. How the orchid transforms. So if I want to do these orchids right, I should definitely just draw one and cut it into the necessary pieces. It's definitely tricky. So we'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and snag some other portions. I do have to draw a whole new body for her technically, because I do want it to be full body, and my customizable YouTuber is only half body. So maybe I should actually be sticking everything in this document. And merge selected layers. Get rid of the excess. And, well, get rid of that one, and oops. Oh my gosh, I did not need to crop it like that. And then, oops. Keep this as a separate object. Cut and paste. Alright, so we can see that this is not really the correct angle for this, and so I'm probably going to copy one side and transfer it. Though I guess I shouldn't have flattened it, because I'm going to want all of those good shinies that I put in it to move when she's rigged. So I'm gonna go and copy it once again. Actually, I guess it's still in my clipboard. Paste. Oh, no, it is not in my clipboard. That was already. Copy. Paste. And put this over here. And then I'm going to kind of remove this other stuff, and then we'll change the colors of these opals as we go. So we're going to remove that half of it, and I mean, honestly, we should make this canvas massive if this is going to be the one that I'm going to draw her model on. So I'm going to go ahead and increase the size. I think the size is too big for my computer to handle while streaming, potentially, though. Oof. Okay, I am going to do other line art first, then, in that case. So I'm going to go back down to this size, and we're gonna do line art because the line art can scale pretty well. So we're gonna do that. So I'm going to start with her body, since obviously we already have her head. And I'm just gonna fix her knees a little bit before I start to draw. All the layers. So I'm going to want, oops. Her knees to look a little bit more natural. Like shoulders separate because I want them to be able to raise and lower. I think that would be really cute. So her legs are less important. However, I do want them to be able to move, and like I said, for her to be able to stand up on her tiptoes when she raises her head and that kind of thing. Less important. I know that most YouTubers, we don't really get around to showing, you know, our legs that often, but part looks really ugly. This part is gonna look really, really horrible. That's just how it is. So, right now we're going to just draw. Oh, were these not vector layers? Oh, those aren't vector layers. Okay, I have to start over. Good thing I noticed. Because I need them to be able to be scalable correctly. So I'm going to find the middle, and then I'll try that again. Neck. Copy, paste, clear the panel, and start again. So this is her rib cage, which I'm going to want to move separately from her hips. And I guess technically I can just draw it as her bodysuit, but I think I kind of want like the wrinkles to be on another layer so that I can move them around. So I'm just going to draw it as if it's just a smooth body without the clothes. Sun says, I need to go, but I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Good luck with the rest of the model. Thanks so much, Sun. Have a great rest of your day. Oops. attached like that. Paste and disappear. Oops. And now do her thighs. I guess I should really only do one and then flip, probably, in this case, if they're going to overlap a little bit. Alright, so just one. Whatever you call them. Knees. Do you hate it when you forget the names of things? Alright, oops. Leave your feet like for a moment. Hello, welcome Zen, nice to see you. Zen has a pun for us today. How do you say hello to bread? Glutentag. That's a good one. I recently made some friends from Germany. I wonder if I should hit them with that one. They love bread. They were missing home, so I made them a loaf of rye bread, which they loved. Yeah, I don't know if they would get the pun, but it'd be funny to see if they did. That'd be pretty funny. To turn off the layer. Oops, she's not on that layer. That's how we're looking so far. She looks like kind of messed up ball jointed doll, but it's okay. A different hand pose that I had wanted to do that I drew. I mean, this is pretty typical for a VTuber, so I'll just go with this. So separate, and I'm probably going to do her nails separate in the end because I want them to be shiny. Last one. Draw her toes first. I don't know. Maybe I'll focus on something else. I feel like it's just harder, and I'm not really sure what kind of shoe I want her to have yet. thing, which I'm just gonna copy once again. Oops. Put it in here. Oh, the dragon is also attached to it? Oh my gosh. So I was kind of thinking of making her have her pet dragon, but I'm not sure yet. I think that'd probably be the last thing I do. I'm not trying to go overboard, so we'll see. Trying to figure out which, oh my gosh, which one I'm on. It's this one. Paste. And erase all the extras on here. There's the dragon sitting on it. Took a lot of effort from my computer. Oops. Move that down. That's supposed to be flipped. Put that on here. Voila! Yeah, she's got her first official piece of jewelry. I guess I'll wait to do her other hand until I get this hand done. So I do want her to still be able to change into any skin tone. So I'm going to do her skin to white and then change it up later. So that means I'm going to turn the whole background dark so that I can see what I'm doing in that case. So her skin will be able to be changeable. I'm not really sure about what I want to do for her hair color yet, if I want to make it, you know, just draw it the one color or what, so we'll see. I might make it changeable as well, just to give it more options. I mean, she would really look good with any hair color, I think, because Opal has every color in it. So why not, I guess? Really glad that I don't have to rig her face, since I already have the face base. It's been a while since I have drawn art for Vtuber. kind of fun. It reminds me of a ball jointed doll. Splitting everything up into layers. I want to put her leg behind her hip. There we go. So her leg is going to go behind even that. I want her neck to go over the torso. I think I'm going to do part of her top as like mesh almost. So I have to give her real art for underneath. Obviously not detailed, but I don't know why that looks so much thicker than the normal line art strength, but I kind of like that. Fit in there nicely. And then I edit that all together since it seems kind of wide. Just this one. Tricky to get right. Copy and paste and flip. So I did not manage to copy and paste that right. Flip. Come back to that. Let's just focus on the top for now. If we can see how the body would look, I think it'll be fine. Okay. So, and now I'm like considering, do I just leave her outfit white as well so that people can just edit it, or do I predetermine the color? Like right now, I think I'm going to use black so it's easier to see what I'm doing. I'm going to do a little bridge here. That's probably better. There we go. This to go underneath the the torso as well. I've got to start naming these at some point, or else they start to get a little jumbled. Okay, I still wanted that one to be there, but I wanted this one to be higher. And the neck to be higher. There we go. It's looking like a VTuber. A little bit. I want this to be lower than the shoulder blade. Okay. And that higher, that's fine. That a little farther up so that the other nails are not far behind. That one above. Yeah, I hope this doesn't take too long to rig. I'm going to be keeping track of my time, and that's how I'll price this kind of commission where it's a full body off of an already rigged head, basically, because the head, I feel like, takes the most time for me personally, and so I was thinking, you know, I could make a cheaper commission for people while still, you know, being able to make a living myself, do something a little faster timeline as well. So I've heard that there's a big issue in the VTuber community, I guess, of things like the models taking forever and people getting waitlisted and stuff, which I can completely understand as somebody that rigs myself. Because it is time consuming, but this might give an avenue for something faster for me to create and faster to get to the client. Am I missing a finger? Oh, there it is. It's kind of like in a random place. Okay, there we go. And we'll come back and do some fingernails. Neck edition here. I'm going to steal the art for the ammonite from another location, so I'm just going to leave this blank. Just do our little weird lines. And that's kind of the top of the whatever this thing is called, the turtleneck. Unfortunately, the original customizable VTuber has very simple shading, so I'll probably stick to that to make it match. However, I was going to get up the document. That has it so that I can kind of like replicate the colors correctly. So let me open this up. It looks very frightening, so don't get jump scared. Here we go, it's loading. And again, my computer's like, please, no. See how scary this looks? Okay, so I'm going to click anywhere and what I need to do is pick up color from layer. Wait, I guess I need the skin color. I guess that's more important right now. Okay, so skin color. Just the shading. Just the warm tone, cool tone. Erase all the skin. What I really want is that. Right. That, and then I'm going to need that blush color. Get in with these ears and see what's happening. Out on her leg, which obviously still needs her shorts, so I'll get to that. I'm just gonna see how the shading looks. I don't really know what tool I used for the majority of this. I guess just the hard airbrush. Okay, just the hard airbrush then. Very peachy color. Let's multiply. I think it was always on like 70%, I want to say. Like 75%. Oops, I meant to do. Multiply. Soft airbrush for the pink, which I think is usually lower. And then basically what would happen is the skin color is then chosen on top. So like let's say that's the skin tone that I wanted, then that would be multiplied over that. So I think that looks pretty good. Her tummy is going to be shaded in a different color since that's going to be not skin. So I'll just continue on the skin shading right now, since those are the colors that I have selected. I'm going to remove this for a moment. And then basically after I flatten everything, I'm going to kind of like smooth out those joints. above her. I think that's pretty straightforward. This is also fairly straightforward. So I'm just gonna match the shading below it and then add a little pink to it, which I think is actually too dark. So we'll continue with. I want to smooth out the borders. Sorry, just readjusting. Delete the nail so that I can add nails on top later. That way they can change color, which probably won't be editable. I think I'll just do it where like they change different like holographic colors. I'm just gonna do some blush. I'm gonna pick up this color again since I had to change to black. Welcome back, Akane. That's completely fine. Glad to see you return. The model's coming together fairly rapidly, which is good. Of course, there's still a lot of work to do, but I am attempting to do this fairly fast, once again, because this is a test. I don't want to spend too long on it, since I definitely have other things I should be doing. Cough, cough, Magical Princess Guy. But I really did miss rigging. Okay, where did her arm go? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna make sure that these line up a little better. Of course, there will be, I'll be erasing the lines, so that'll definitely help. Or the lines in some areas, at least. this area, I'm not really sure how to color because it's part bodysuit and it'll be like part outfit, I guess. So I guess I'll come back to that once I kind of figure out how I'm going to draw the outfit. So I'll put back the top portion. Well, I guess what I could do is I could do like shading for the skin at the top and then shading for the other style at the bottom. I will definitely have the more complex shadow from the original model on her neck. This is just kind of a preliminary neck, so I'll leave it like that. Maybe even make it a little darker. I copy and paste over it. Perfect. I guess if I do this base good enough, this base could just be... the whole thing could be on base, I guess. I'm figuring this out as I go, I guess. Hi, Fredbear! And I'll probably try to do my best on the base, and if somebody wants a model rigged on the same base, like, it would be much easier, honestly, so, and make it faster. I did try to look up and see if anybody was doing that kind of thing, but it only really looks like there was a few people that were doing similar things for what do you call it? For just the art, but not for the rigging, which I thought was interesting. So it could be like on this base almost, if they wanted, and then maybe there's like an upcharge for like a different body proportions or something. Fred Vera says, I really want chocolate. What chocolate should I get? If they have sea salt caramel, that's what you should get if you like caramel. I love sea salt caramel. I'm actually gonna flip this, so I'm gonna just like delete half of this and make sure that it looks the same on both sides. Actually, I'm gonna do it on the other side since I could see that better. Make sure that this kind of continues into the bottom correctly like that. And I have to put some pink around. Yeah, I guess what are the options is a good question. I just jumped straight to it. I was like, get this one. without even knowing if they had any. I'm just gonna draw like a base that would work for even like a bikini or something in that case. Just definitely need some help. My computer's struggling. Pink belly, I guess. And then we are just gonna see how that looks when I convert it to the color of the outfit. So like that, and then potentially we can change the shading color afterwards and just see how this works, and then like multiply. Maybe it multiplies the same way. No, that doesn't look good. Okay, it's gotta be blue. Fedbear says, anything I can find on DoorDash. Options on DoorDash are the suspense. What are the options on DoorDash? Go for her top again. Where is it? There we go. Color a little darker, more purpley. So I want part of this top to be mesh and part of it to be normal. So there'll definitely be like a middle part, but I'm just gonna start drawing. What I think some of it might look like. Okay, the options from Fredbear are milk chocolate, Fario, Milka, Tony's chocolate, dark chocolate, Hershey's cooking cream, Hershey's almond, Hershey's classic milk chocolate, sea salt dark, caramel, stuffed chocolate, and M&M's. Alright, seems like Akane has beaten me to the punch and chosen Hershey's cookies and cream. They did have caramel though. out the middle of that. Or not. Blending is probably going to be better. There we go. Alright, now I've got to figure out what I want to do for the cutout. Do the random orchid looking designs but as like a cutout, so that was an idea that probably should occurred to me a while ago. Something like this, and then we could put mesh in there. Try again. Enjoy your chocolate, Fredbear. That is where the cutout would be. And I think I want it to be mesh. Like a dark mesh or something, but maybe it'll just be open cutouts, I don't know. I'm gonna put that on a different layer. Oops. Layer for underneath. I just feel like this looks so much better than the normal. But I don't know if people will like it as much. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this in the mesh portion for now. Anyway. Like that. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to modify only the bottom, like I said. So like now it's going to be like this and like this. And that's a multiply layer. I'm going to put the layer with the red underneath it. She's looking pretty cute so far. Let's do some highlights on certain areas. Fredbear is asking, what is you guys' favorite game ever? So for me, I have not played that many games actually. Like I only really started to play games when I became a Vtuber. So I don't have many that I've played. However, I have always loved Spore, and I still loved it even when I played it a few years ago as a Vtuber. I just think it is such an imaginative game, and I'm all about games that give you options and customizability. And so that one really stood out for me. I also really love Calico, which I played on stream, which is an indie game where you play as a magical girl and take care of a cat cafe. That one was a huge highlight for me, honestly. Loved it. Yeah, really, really fun game. This, I think. Cut out. There we go. Fredbear says it's pretty funky fresh. I'm glad you think so. Of course, Akane's is Undertale, and I am enjoying Undertale a lot. I can't wait to play more. Fredbear, what is your favorite game of all time? How this is looking so far. Ah! Not what I meant to do. Meant to do a shorts, I guess. Trying to find, where was my shading color? It was this one, but definitely like more purpley, like this. That looks more correct, and then I'll give it a shiny. Grab this ammo tonight so I don't have to redraw it. Except for actually I might have to redraw it because of the angle that it's at. Oh no. I'll see what I can do. Copy. Real Fredberry says, my favorite game ever is Sonic Adventure 2. Nice. I never really played any of the Sonic games. I've had several friends that have been pretty obsessed with Sonic though, so it must be good. I forgot I was not supposed to be snagging art that wasn't vector yet because this file is small and needs to be larger. Whatever, I guess. I'll just redraw that when it gets larger. Take a look back at the below base where we have not our failed jacket designs. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Looking for this this thing. Now, how I'll rig this thing? Not 100% sure. It has to be sheer, right? Because that's the design of it. I think I will draw it non-sheer though, because Live2d kind of has issues when things are sheer to start with. And then I will make it transparent. That way the lines between things won't show as much, I guess. So there's that. Guess I'll have like a few that go over the body here. I think if they're all transparent, then they should all not show each other, but maybe they will actually. Alright, that was pretty rough, but that'll serve as a sketch if for nothing else. Oops, I want it to be white. Yeah, so kind of like that. That's mega cute. To delete this line art. That can just be a separate layer and I'll know it. This needs to be repaired. I'm trying to look at her original art. And that's supposed to be holographic or shiny, like iridescent. Okay, I'm gonna save this and go back over to her hair. One. There we go. Pretty determined to get this done. Because I don't want to spend forever on this. Obviously, it's supposed to be a sample after all of what I could do. And also the point is to do it quickly, as I've been saying. Take a look at what colors we did. Okay, so the shinies are this color and the darker parts of this color. I think I almost want it to be a little bit more warm. It's metal, so I just kind of feel like it should be a little bit more cell shaded in areas. Outside of those to make them look like they have some depth. There'll be inner depth added to the rigging as well, which is something that I love to do. Another one for the glow. And then I will probably have a third glow on it, you know, something that has the ability to like move across it. Actually, I do think this needs to be blurred to look right. Let's blur it. I Welcome, Ginger. How are you? I'm gonna do some of these long strands first. The big old long strand. Alright, I'm gonna grab the color. Though I might make it again white so that it's easier to for people to change the color of her hair. Or maybe I'll have some preset options because I do think that she would look cute with so many hair colors. When I was drawing this, you can watch it in the speed paint from 2022. There was so many color options that I considered for this OC before settling on her kind of neon orange look in the end. Ginger is asking, would you like me to help you with your art? I don't really know what that means. If you're talking about like constructive criticism, that's fine, but I will let you know that if anybody is going to help anybody with their art, you know, I'm not perfect. However, people do pay me to teach drawing lessons inside of schools, camps, that kind of thing, and I am a full-time artist of 7 years, and people pay me to do their projects. So while I'm not perfect and I have a lot of improving to do, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. What kind of stuff do you like to draw, Ginger Dev? As I was saying, there was so many different colors that I could go to for this piece, and I eventually settled on this color. Strong contender was like a baby blue because that's a really common color in opals, but in the end I did not go for that. Ginger says they like to work on progress for my gang characters and random stuff. Nice! I always think that people who work on games is so interesting. I have a lot of admiration for people that do games. It's just a whole different kind of storytelling. I do, you know, storytelling for manga and that kind of thing, but it's a whole different ball game when it's a character that you actually interact with, which is what I find so fascinating about game stuff. Ginger Dev asks, do you or have you played Yandere Simulator? No, I have not. I have heard a good deal about it, and a lot of people have, you know, spoiled some things about it for me anyway, and while it sounds like a really cool game, I think it's a little dark for things that I would normally play on stream. I typically try to keep things, you know, pretty PG here, and some of the themes in Yandere Simulator are pretty dark. But I've heard good things about it from other people, you know, friends and stuff that have played it. So I could always play it, you know, privately. I'm not sure how long of a game it is, you know, like how many hours it takes to get through. You could probably find that out pretty easily on Steam's, like, review section, potentially. Is that your favorite game, Ginger Dev? Ginger Dev says, you know there's sensors for all of that. No, I did not know that they had a version with sensors in it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a pretty neat function. I'm sure people can still tell that, you know, there's things going on behind the sensors. I don't know how much it's censored, but that's still very admirable of them. Ginger Deb says, I'm making a fan game of it because he's taking too long. Oh, is there supposed to be like a second, like a second installment of the game almost or something? I'm sure that that would be really exciting for all the people that played it. Akane says, I played that a few years ago. Says there is blood sensors, pain sensors, attacking sensors, basically anything that's quote unquote appropriate is appropriate fixed with sensors. I mean, you know, there's some death in it, so even if the death is covered up, it's pretty clear what's happening though, unless, do they not say it on the screen what's happening, or, that's interesting. Ginger Dev says, no, it's been 10 years and he still hasn't released another game. I thought the company had released other games, though, just not that particular one. I don't know how I got these layers combined. I accidentally put them in the same layer. There we go. And then I wanted to put this one in between the two. Nice! I can do some shading on all these later, just a little test shading. I want to get the whole hair done first. I don't know why I'm doing her hair orange. I'm probably gonna have to change it all to white anyway, but definitely easier to see what I'm doing with orange. Right now, the game I'm trying to get through is Undertale, and while that one does have, you know, fighting, obviously, I did fight, and a little cuss words, I don't have to say them on stream, so I kind of felt like it was alright. I just hope it doesn't get into any darker subject matters as it goes. We'll see. behind the bangs is good. There. It's nice to work on a model again. It's been a long time. I have wanted to do a redesign of this particular model, the one that I'm using right now, since I created it, but I have other projects all the time. I might have another large project here coming up. Somebody wants me to turn their children's book series into a comic book, and I think that would be really cute and super fun. It's just a matter of time to do everything, and I have to figure out a way to become more productive. Draw a little faster, maybe. Especially since there has not been as many job opportunities available since the whole AI thing. I'm just glad that I had made loyal customers before all that went down, but it's definitely been slow. My drawing program wants to load. For a second. Hi, welcome. I wish I could pronounce your name. Iyaro? Maybe? How are you doing? My base sketch so that I can see how this would look on a Vtuber. Oh, I remember, I have a white layer, that's why. My very test Vtuber. See on the other one, about how long the hair is going to be, maybe around down to her knees, I think. Oh good, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm also doing good. I'm working on a project I've wanted to work on for a few years now, actually, which is to turn my Fire Fairy Opal OC into a Vtuber model as a test to see whether or not I can make a base Vtuber that people can, that I can do quicker commissions to do a whole Vtuber. Thank you. This is the drawing I did of her back in 2022 October, and this is the new drawing of her split into a bunch of layers to become a Vtuber. So pretty neat. I'm still debating whether I'm going to give her some baby dragons as pets. Alright, and back to her hair. I'll be flipping these. And one thing that I definitely want to do with this is I have these beautiful rainbow shines in her hair, and I actually want the rainbow shines to move as she moves her head. So that is going to be like my favorite detail of this. Is one of the reasons that I wanted to turn her into a Vtuber in the first place. I used the technique on somebody else's model once. I suggested it because I thought it would be really pretty. So yeah, I'm excited to implement it on my own thing. Oh, thank you for the subscribe, Arrow. That means a lot. Thanks. I have my big 3-year VTuber anniversary stream coming up at the end of this month, so there'll be some fun events then. Though I don't stream that often, I'm planning on either doing one super long stream or 3 shorter ones on like 3 consecutive days. So whatever I end up doing, it's a good time to subscribe. Since I'm actually going to do something fun, I usually do something big and fun once a year. Hopefully can start streaming more often though. Alright, so I have her hair, and I think I'll figure out the texture for her like baldness later. And start giving the hair its own texture. So, taking a look at this horrifying sketch of my VTuber to see kind of like how I colored things. So I can do a little softer shading, I think. Hello, welcome Stars Soul, how are you? I like your username. It's a very dreamy sounding name. I accidentally drew on the wrong layer. Okay. So, what pen did I use before? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I use this watery color one. Opaque watercolor, I think it was actually, for this sketch. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay, so I'm gonna use this for the most part for the hair. And I might break up this hair into layers so it looks more bouncy when I'm done, but I think I can cut that later because it's a little complex to draw it. So I'm just going to add all the detail to the hair, and then I can split it up as I go. Just smooth these out and erase them. As you can see, I'm going fairly quick. I'm not really stopping because this is supposed to be a test for like a cheaper VTuber commission that I want to do based on a base VTuber that I've already rigged, which is kind of like the one that you see in the blue background back here. So I'm testing out how like cheap and quick I can make a VTuber on an existing base that I've created, basically. I do want to add to this is, since her hair will be able to change any color, I still want it to look shiny, but I don't really want to do shines on top and then the rainbow shines. So I'm going to give this a whole layer of gray, multiply it, and then erase the places where I want things to be shiny. Now, this is a test, so I'm going to see how this looks. Yeah, that she sent me that I'm using. Oh my gosh, the OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting at the wrong time. Oh my gosh, that was such a bad time, OBS. It says excellent connection, but please let me know if it is back together. This is Cherry's art trade that I'm doing for her. Look at her cute paws! You can see them in this reference photo. I think that is so cute. So I wanted to do something with her big paws, and a race queen is so fun. Is that Susie from Deltarune? No. No, it's Cherry. It's simply Cherry. She's a VTuber. She's in the chat. That way you can just click on her profile and find her streams. I like to tune on and listen when I'm drawing, and she usually, I like to tune on to her drawing stream, so it's like we're drawing together. Okay, so I'm really excited to draw her. She's got little blue mouth and little fangs, so I already made a, what is it, a thumbnail for this, but where did it go? Alright. See? So when you see me post this as a thumbnail, that's when I'll be working on this. I will see you soon, Arrow. Kane says, oh hey. Oh, so you know somebody. Oh, it's Green Demand. Oh, hello, Green Demand. I don't know Chiroba. I don't recognize that one. Anyways, I'm excited to work on that. But this one I already had planned. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time, as I said. And I hope that it turns out to be a good test for like a cheaper VTuber model for people. So I'm gonna do this as the shading. I don't know if I really like how that looks. No, I don't like how that looks. I was like, oh, this is a test. Okay, so I have a new idea. How about I just do the normal glow on top of it, and then I'll. Arrow is back with a cute new profile picture, I think. I can't see it very well, but it looks like different colors. How have you been, Cherry? Alright, so I'm going to try this again with a different concept. And add glow as normal. And then this is usually what I like to do is I take my blend brush, and I know this is like an old technique, but I still love it. I just think it adds detail, and I like how it looks. One of my art friends taught it to me back in like 20 oh my gosh, like 13 or something. And I just have never looked back since. There you go. Star Soul says, I like the hair. Thank you. Green Demand says, I'm back and I looked at Cherry's YouTube. Oh, good. Cherry says, I've been good. How have you been? I've been doing good. Just trying to do a lot of different things at once, but it's been a fun week. A lot of different projects. Green Demand says, did you see the suggestion for your anniversary? Yes, I know. I literally started watching last week. No! Would you share with us, please? What is your suggestion? Green Demand says, super nice shading. Thank you! Alright, what layer is this? Okay, this one. Oops. Alright, so I'll do that, and do a little erase at the top, multiply, lighten it. There's a lot of different steps here apparently. It was 80% gray that I was using. Multiply, add glow. It's a lot of steps for every single individual hair, but I think it'd be worth it. Oh, Star Soul says, Arrow is my alt account. Oh, okay, I see. Man says, I wish I had the type of skill I can make super stupid stuff stop. It's just a lot of practice over the years, but thank you. Yeah, let's see how it looks with white, like we're planning on doing. Alright, so it's gray with the glow, and I think it'll look good. Let me see how it'll look. Okay, so let's pretend I multiply and I put purple on top. This is for people who want to change the hair color, and then it'll look like that. And then there'll be some special rainbow glows on top. I think that looks pretty good. So I will continue with that then. So that the hair color can be changed, it will. Man says, why don't you do some viewer suggestions for the anniversary, like a love letter to your fan? Interesting. What kind of suggestions? Like art suggestions, or just whatever kind of game, or whatever they want me to do? Again, oh my gosh, this hair is gonna take forever. Green Demand says multiplying, what is this, math? Yes, so multiply. It's funny when I think about it that way. Multiply is a function here where it makes the colors like blend together more. It's a blending option. Oh my gosh, multiplying, one of my, well, I mean division was worse, honestly. I was better at multiplication than division. Star Soul says, my paper is gone. What paper? And it's a layer thing. Yes, correct, it is a layer thing. Probably too much brightness there, but I think it's probably best to have it more shiny than less shiny, honestly. Green Demand says, well, whatever suggestions, basically just doing whatever and celebrating your anniversary. Yeah, I guess that could work. Unless they ask me to like purchase and download a game and I don't have it or something, but otherwise it sounds like fun. Okay, here we go with the first multiply. Really glad that I get to flip this hair at the end. Oh, that's the wrong brush. Tedious process. Needs to be lower. Okay, there we go. What paper are you finding, Star Souls? Green Demand says reactions to stuff, playing games, and stuff could work. Yeah, that'd be fun. Maybe if I have an image of all the games I have downloaded or something, and then people can choose from that. That would be a good way to do it. Definitely excited about it, that's for sure. Last year I did some games, and I actually was baking some cinnamon rolls, and so I had to wait in between each stage of the rise, basically. And then I would like run and go do a game, which was pretty funny. I don't know if I have the correct kitchen for that this year, but it was a lot of fun. Star Souls Friday Night at Freddy's is a really cool game. I've heard, but I'm such a scaredy cat. Green Demand says, could we suggest you download smaller free games, something like Friday Night at Freddy or whatever? I don't know. Maybe if I had the suggestions beforehand, because I would want to like research them and make sure that they're like PG-13 or not too scary for me, because I will have nightmares for a month. You have me play something scary and I want to deal with it. Simply Cherry says cinnamon rolls. Yeah, they were so tasty too. Akane says, I'm actually going to make a mod as well with a friend of mine. Oh, for Friday Night at Freddy's? Radio Vacuum Macaroni says edible art. Yeah, the cinnamon rolls were beautiful. And they tasted great too. I did not eat them on stream, but I definitely made them on stream. I had my laptop in the kitchen, and then I had my other, and I was like Skyping to myself on my laptop. It was a crazy hookup, and then I left the video playing of the cinnamon rolls rising, because they'll rise pretty rapidly over 2 hours. And so I kept on telling people to let me know when they thought they had risen enough. It was a good time. So maybe I'll do it again. It was just a lot of work to do the baking stream, but I definitely liked it. I'm trying to figure out why this is not working. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's gray now. Do the hair shines once again. I guess this will make it so that her hair can't be like as bright, but like it can't be that neon color probably, but I think it'll look cute this way. I think this is a much easier way than, because I've tried to add highlights separate on top of rigging, and it can get really tricky to keep everything in the correct area with so many layers floating around. Star Soul says, I'm watching from my TV because my phone is too small. I know I draw things really tiny or like very detailed, so that's probably a good idea. I know, sometimes my mom watches my streams and she says that she gets it up on the TV too. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to watch the Animac battle thing. I remember I looked it up and then I forgot about it. Sorry, I'm bad at keeping track of suggestions. Star Souls, what should I sketch? Because IDK what to do. I like your name. I like your name. You could do something like a new OC that's based off of a Star Soul or something. I think that'd be cool. Soft. Also, it's the wrong color, I see. I might add some more like color to each one of these if I'm feeling up to it, because I think it might give it more depth if there was like multiple shading colors in the hair, especially since it is supposed to be any color. I think that might make it look a little bit better, but we'll see, because let's see, I'm 3 hours into this project and I think it's actually going very quickly, so maybe I will have time for that. Connie says, "In this for magic." Is that the anime battle thing? Green Demand says, "My favorite Pokemon Leafeon, just because." Yeah, that would be fun to draw. I love Leafeon. Of course, I love all the EVs. My favorite, though, is Vaporeon. I love Vaporeon. You want green hair? Can definitely do green hair on the model. Alright, so that's kind of like what it would look like if somebody changed the hair to green. You can do different shades of green too. I'm trying to figure out why there's like okay, I can make this a little less. I think that looks better. Okay, so that's like what it would look like if it was green. It'd be kind of cute if we could do like something like that, honestly. Like that. Good. Now she's just Miku. She's some purple hair. I almost want it to look shinier in sections, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it darker so that it looks shinier, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Since it is behind her anyway. Like that. I guess that should have been like an actual color, which makes more sense. So we've been doing purple, so let's go for like a different kind of purple. Okay, let's make sure that it looks good with other colors, like warm colors. Let's try yellow hair. Oh, I don't know, it looks kind of gross. Oh my gosh, what do I do? Okay, let's try taking out these, is it this layer or this layer? Yeah, I should not do that other layer. I think that's fine, but ugh. Star Souls, can I copy your bow? Only if you make it a little bit different. I am a trademarked character from original manga series. Just a little different. I know it's a pretty generic little bow though. Make the wings longer or something, then go for it. Green Demand says, okay, so Anime appeared to stop even for ending the world. gosh. That's a lot of characters and they have such weird names. Just to be more purpley. So let's go more purpley. And I think I'm going to do some hair strands that are very small as well to kind of like add some dimension to it. So like that, and then we can give them like a dark outline almost or something. Let's see how I like that. Oh, interesting. So the show that you're talking about, the viewers actually vote on something happening? That's so interesting. Welcome back, Albert. I hope your walk was good. I go for a daily walk and I've had a great time recently looking at all the new flowers, because there's like a lot of flowers that are popping up all the time here. Need that to fit there and there. Simply Cherry says, what is your favorite part about digital art? Digital art in particular, huh? Probably what I'm doing right now. The ability to be able to edit things after I draw them, I love. I love traditional art when it comes to drawing like manga pages and stuff, where often I'll decide that I don't like the layout so much and I'll change it. And so I just love digital art for the fact that I can change anything after I've already drawn it. It's not set in stone. But oddly, that's the same reason that I love traditional art, is because once I draw something, it is set in stone and it removes some of the perfectionism that I feel a lot of times when I'm working on digital art. So there's like this balance between the two, which is kind of interesting. What is your favorite part about digital art, Cherry? And anybody else who does digital art can also answer this question. Albert says, walk was okay, I haven't gone outside for around 3 weeks. It's definitely good to get outside. I start to feel kind of sad when I don't go outside as much, but that's when I live here at least. I used to live in Florida, and going outside, it was always too hot any time of the day, and I would often just not go outside either for as long as I could stand without like getting groceries or something. Because it was just gross outside. But here it's pretty nice. It has been getting hot though, like surprisingly hot for where I'm living right now, here in Maine. I was really surprised that it was getting so hot, but it still cools down at night, which is the nice thing. So I can go for a walk at like 7 and 8, and that's like when the sun is setting, and so I get a nice view of the sunset and a nice cool walk. So that's nice. Simply Cherry says, that's valid. I love traditional art, just don't have as much time to do it. Yeah, makes sense. Simply Cherry says, I love sketching, how it can have multiple layers. Oh, nice. Yeah, sketching is a lot of fun. course, I love to see things done though. Maybe that's kind of a problem, but I tend to kind of like want to get through a project and see how it looks at the end. That sketching can be very enjoyable. I love sketching traditionally, I think is what I like, because it doesn't have to be perfect, and I lean into it, you know, the fact that it doesn't have to be perfect, and it becomes really fun and therapeutic to just get it all messy and just keep going. Simply Cherry says I'm just line arting. Nice. Line art is maybe one of my least favorite parts. A lot of pressure to get it right, especially in traditional art. Albert says, over here where I am, rains almost daily due to terrain. Air is bad here to the hilly mountainous terrain, and it's beautiful though. Oh, I see, yeah. That would definitely make it hard to get outside. It has not really been that rainy here, at least right now. Apparently the year before I moved here though, it was a lot of rain. There was a lot of rain during the winter, which was kind of weird, but like not snow like it should have been. It was just rain, but it would come on top of snow, and so all the snow would turn into this horrible slush that would just roll down the hills, and yeah, it was pretty bad for people that had basements. All the water just went right in, so that was kind of odd weather. According to the locals, at least, I've only lived here for a full year. It says there's an old saying that says every child is born with an umbrella on hand, just due to how much rain is over here in the region of Germany. Wow. Oh my gosh, that sounds like a lot of rain. That's really funny. I have some German friends that are working at a summer camp around here for the summer, and they were really missing rye bread. I don't remember what region of Germany they're from, but so I made them some rye bread, and I thought they were gonna cry. I was happy that I could do that for them. And rye bread was really good. It was my first time making it. I make a lot of risen breads, you know, yeast breads and stuff, but usually I make French bread or, you know, something like that, cinnamon rolls even. So it was a really fun experiment, and I'm glad that it was well received and reminded them of home. How do you draw hands? That's a good question. So mostly I do a lot of staring at my own hands. That helps me get like the spatial awareness of how poses work. You know, I like to just stand in the mirror and do different poses with, you know, my hand and see how it's moving and where my thumb is and where my index finger is, and just studying it and then trying to reproduce it in a drawing. I tend to struggle if I'm trying to like look at somebody else's hands for some reason, or if I find a good image on Google of the kind of pose that I want of a hand. It just always seems to work better if it's my hand that I'm looking at. So I guess that would be, like, my advice would be to just stare at your hands. Albert says, in Germany we love bread, me included. Yum, good bread is so good. Okay, this is looking so cute. I'm gonna put a layer over it and see what it would look like if she had pink hair. Something like that, I guess. Yellow hair. Yes, I think it looks cute. I think it will need those rainbow shines, but I think that's as good as it's gonna get for this kind of thing. And I guess I could always do like some shading over it of some different colors also. Like when I flatten them, I can do some things. Like I will show you what I mean. So I'm gonna take this hair strand. So once I flatten it, I could always do like maybe like some blue or, you know, yellow tones to kind of like liven it up a little bit. So we will put that onto the right layer. Just say multiply for that, and then let's see what our hair looks like as pink with that. See if my theory on this works. Ew! That's not what I imagined at all. Okay, so maybe don't do that. Don't do that, I guess. Well, I mean, let's see how it looks when it's like much less. It still looks gross. Okay, don't do that. Okay, glad I tested that before just doing that everywhere. Bread! Noelle creates says, nice art, thank you. This is making me crave bread, so what I'm gonna do here is I've gotta find my bread. I have some bread in here. Where is it though? There we go. This is bread that I drew and rigged, inspired by some bread that me and my viewers were talking about. It looks like a cat. Cat bread or Naya bread, meow bread, whatever people want to call it. Ta-da! Sarsoul says the hair looks so good so far. Thank you! Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this will look. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this stuff and remove the sketch layer. And I'm gonna flatten everything here, and then I'm gonna drag it and drop it on the other artwork so that I can kind of see how it's going with her outfit. So merge visual layers. Oh, that's gonna merge the white on the bottom too, isn't it? Okay, my computer's gonna throw a fit about this. It's gonna take a little bit. Albert says, really wish I could make art, but unfortunately I'm trash at it. At least I can make music, write stories, and do Photoshop art. Those are all really cool skills. And I think that those are a kind of art. And also the other thing is that I guess, you know, it took me a long time to get here, and I'm lucky because I'm a full-time artist, and so I get to practice every single day, like all the time, because that's my job, you know. But I do not think that I would be as skilled or where I am today if this wasn't my job, because I would have to do like other things, I guess, instead of focusing all my attention all the time on art. And I also know that I'm not the best artist, but I also think the reason I got here is just because I have the ability to figure out how to do like pretty much anything my client wants and have some really creative ideas. You know, I'm hired a lot for character design and things like storyboarding for manga, you know, for character backstories, for writing comic book series, world building, that kind of stuff. Alright, so that's kind of, we can imagine that's kind of how this hair is going to look. It's just going to be behind her body, which I guess I could just put it back there. So, I'm going to flip it to the other side where everything is already. And then we could change it a color. Just pretend that her thingy is not that color, I guess. I'm gonna do more orange so it's easier to stand out from her skin. Okay. Just gonna grab her actual hair color. Might have to do some of those shines after all. I guess I'll figure that out as I go. Albert said, there's a time when I made architecture design, gardening design, furniture design, and fashion design for fun. That's a long time gone now. Wow, those sound like really cool skills to have. That sounds like fun. I'm sure you could pick it back up if you wanted to. Really cute so far. I'm really happy with, I mean, her hair is insanely long, but that's fine. That is okay. Gonna pull out these highlights from the original art. To her bangs and drop these highlights. Okay, so that's kind of what they look like normally, I guess. Oops. I'll flip those. How this looks first. Oops. My computer is like, oh my gosh, why the large files? It's not even doing anything. Okay, I have to close down some of these other ones that are hanging around. Do not save, do not save, do not save. Albert says, I can, but not right now. Maybe they will come back. Want to get into engineering design for fun. Designing trains, airplanes, ships, vehicles, etc. on paper. Oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. I'm trying to figure out what this layer is. I'm confused. Oh, there it is. click. Not really rainbowy enough, but something like that, I guess. Let's see how they look if I put them together. Oh, I see. They're like the same art, but on top of each other. I'm like forgetting how I made this before. So let's see, add, rather, and then if I clip this on top, oh, it doesn't really do anything. How about if this one is add? Figure out these rainbows later. I know how I did them on the last Vtuber model, but this one I want to look more like Opal instead of the other one being more rainbow. Star Soul says, last night I was bored, so I made a paper dragon and it went good. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. What a cool thing to do. So I'm gonna just move these off to the side and try to recreate them. Maybe like as a brush or something, so that I don't have to draw this individually. I kind of remember how I did it, so skips right to blue, pretty much, and then to pink. I don't have an opal in front of me, so this is just kind of what I remember. And then I used I think it was like that brush on like maximum. And then this brush on top, but smaller, with mostly just like neon blue in a few places, because that's kind of how Opal Fire looks, and then yellow. There's like two colors that it like refracts the most, I guess. And pink, a little pink is always good. I see it's maybe not underneath. No, that's not it either. Let's see if it's, no. Okay, now try again. Some pink, blue, and yellow. And then we can erase them with the same kind of deal. Potato cookie. Nice. I love it when people draw with me. I think we have some people working on some art right now alongside me. And that's always fun. I'm gonna find what layers I want to do. See if I like how that turns out. So we're gonna bring that up towards the hair. And I'm gonna do a highlight. Has like erased some of it like that, and then imagine that this moves back and forth. I think it's getting somewhere, but I think I need to work on it a little bit more. Star Soul said, we're still working on my sketch. What did you end up deciding to sketch? I'm going to try this instead. Try this, and then on top of that I'm going to do a rainbow so that we can simulate the Opal Fire, or rather I guess I'll just draw it since Opal Fire is like very particular. It's got like only these 3 colors. Oops, I don't want that to be. Okay, there we go. So we've got yellow and blue. And so that would just flash every once in a while as the head turns. And it would be add glow, probably. And so imagine that as the head turns, it just does like that. I think that's pretty. Maybe too much, but let's see how it looks if the hair was a different color. So there's a dark purple, and so then that would be how it would look. It. I want this white layer to be more similar to the original sketch. I don't remember what brush I used on this. It's kind of the issue. So there's a kneaded brush. Maybe in cross hatching. You are sketching based off your name. Very cool, Star Soul. And Potato Cookie is sketching Scene Kit Inspo. Interesting. Where is cross hatching? Nope. That kind of looks more like it. Yeah, that looks more like it. Okay, so delete that and try again. So we're gonna create one of these. And I'm gonna kind of make it a little bit lighter at the top and the bottom. Blurred it a little bit. And then we had like another cross hatching. I have to move these down to go. Oh my gosh, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so I guess I have to make that a little skinnier then. Star Soul says the look of cat bread is on her head. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Bear says, it's so cute. I looked at your page and your art is very good. Thanks so much. trying really hard on these itty bitty details right now. Oh my gosh. I need those to be softer. Okay. So opacity less. Like that. Yay, that's looking correct. Okay, so this is the rainbow layer, and then as it moves, I would just do a little bit of this. And trying to find my additional rainbow that I did. There we go. So additional rainbow on top like this. Maybe a little bit less. Hi, welcome back, Arrow. Oh no, your phone died. Okay, kind of hard to see when her hair is white, but that's probably good enough. Okay, so copy. And I'll just start pasting that in. Different ones, and I can correct it to match, but honestly I do not want to edit this much, but then again it looks pretty similar, so I guess I have to. So let's make it a darker color for a second, and I'll go ahead and do a new one. So there's one side of the rainbow shine, and another. There we go. And then it'll just move around like that. I said my mom has said she's taking my phone to be hers. Like the phone that you're currently watching on, or? So now her phone is mine. Like she wanted your phone model or something? Thanks, I do like that brush. I don't know where my overlay went. It was like a distressing brush that I had downloaded, and it's really coming in handy. Arrow says my phone was 11 Pro Max. Is that that's an iPhone product, right? Sorry, that stinks. Yay, I'm liking how this is looking. Okay. Paste. Let's start again. Since it's white, it's hard to see. I have to move the rainbow into the correct place before I can go at it. so pretty. I have to split these up in the end, I think, but I guess I'll just a new layer and paste. Bring my rainbow layer down. If only I could see it. There we go. Oh, I see. I'm trying to do it on the wrong hair strand. No wonder. Okay. It's fine if I don't do another one on this hair strand. Hello, welcome. Toe? I think. I hope I got that right. I'm sorry if I didn't. I'm still trying to learn. I'm Japanese, so. Nice to see you. Thank you for a good job. Sparkly hair. Oh, it's looking so pretty so far. Okay, I want to do more sparkly hair. I'm going to start doing them in black so that they're easier to see, and then I will just change them to white, honestly. Because it's kind of hard to tell where I'm going, what I'm doing. There we go. Here it says, for me it's raining. It's not raining right now, but it did rain last night. So cool. Potato Cookie says, I live in Seattle, so the weather is so weird. A lot of rain and stuff there? A lot to do with this model. I don't know if I'll do the whole model on stream or if I'll do some of it by myself, but I'll definitely make a video at the end of the whole process, which would be really cool. The whole process for making the Vtuber. I have to do as much detail like down at the bottom of her hair. It's just so addicting to do these. I'm having fun, so rainbows. Do one here. I'll do this one in white, that's fine. Cookie says, but I was in Florida and it was so hot, but it stormed so much. Yeah, that's how it is in Florida. I used to live in Florida before I moved to Maine, which has been really nice to live here. Probably move back to Florida at some point, but I like the weather in Maine a lot more. I even kind of liked the winter, even though the weather was a little weird. Arrow says my friend is in Florida. Nice. I'm going to turn all these white. And dislocate this one. Cut and paste and copy and paste. For another one. Oops. Oh, that's because I did not manage to get the whole texture. I was like, where is it? Copy and paste. There we go. So pretty! Potato Cookie says, I went to Disney World, sorry, but it stormed after 2 hours of being here. Yeah, that typically happens. I went to Disney a decent amount over, you know, my childhood years, and we always knew to bring raincoats because it would just always rain there usually. But it definitely stinks unless you're into it. Like, I think the funnest rain memory I have of Disney in the rain is one of my birthdays. I went there with my twin sister. It was also her birthday, obviously, and a friend, and we were in Epcot, and because it was raining, you could only see a few feet in front of you, and so it really looked like you were in whatever country you were in because you couldn't see the other country. And I thought that was super fun. So that was a good memory. Yeah, let's take a look at my sticker version. I think she has like some rainbow stuff going on her ear things, so let's do that too. Paste. Oh, that's not what I need to do. And is it screen I want to do? Maybe screen. Get some of those subtle rainbows in there. Yeah, that looks so cute. Hattie Cookie says you have been streaming for 3 hours. Oh my gosh, almost 4 hours actually. I should probably get off at some point, honestly. It's a good way to keep track of long this is taking, I guess. So you can see what I've done in this amount of time is I have this part of the Vtuber and pretty much all her hair strands. I'll need to do some strands for the back of the head. But other than that, I think the hair is pretty much done now that we've got it to this step. I'll zoom into some of these rainbows so you can see them. Definitely loving this effect. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty! I guess I should see how it looks when I that looks good. How about this one, this hair strand? So if we change this pink. Yeah, that looks good. I still like the white streaks. I think it looks good. Okay, so I think I'm pretty much done on the hair, except for, like I said, like the back of her head. But I think I'm going to wait to draw that until I start to rig it to see how it needs to look. Since it is on like a base, so it can be a little confusing. So this is how her outfit is turning out, and I was trying to give her a VTuber jacket of some kind, and obviously it's going to look like the drawing at the end. The outfit is going to be iridescent, and then there's going to be a lot of iridescent elements on that body jewelry on her, and then her wings are also going to have like an iridescent kind of vibe to it in the end. Let's see. Potato Cookie says, this is a nice calming stream, I love it. Oh good, that makes me happy. I seem to attract a lot of artists who are, you know, drawing or working on something, and they just want somebody to hang out with, I guess, when they also draw. That's the kind of streamers that I tend to watch myself, is people that are drawing and just have a nice vibe and just nice to listen to and get creative, I guess. Arrow says, I added a pre-sketched mask to my sketch. Oh, interesting. Nice. Alright, it has been super, super fun. Thank you for joining me. I think I'm going to head off for the day. I have other things I have to do. I have some clients that are waiting on commissions and stuff. But this was fun, and like I said, I'm not sure if I'll do more work of this model on the stream or if I'll just finish her. But I'll definitely produce a video of the whole entire process. One of my next art streams will be an art trade for VTuber Simply Cherry, which will be exciting. I also have to work on my original manga series again soon, since I've been kind of neglecting it. And so that'll be enjoyable. And then, oh my gosh, it's coming up so rapidly. I have to actually plan streams for it, but the 29th is my 3-year VTuber anniversary, and so I'll be doing either one very long stream or a few like shorter streams for 3 days, some different things and requests, so that'll be really fun. Bye, Simply Cherry! Alright, I'm gonna go to the ending screen, but if anybody wants to finish up their conversations, just go for it. Potato Cookie says, I'll like and save the video as fast as I can when it comes out. Aw, thank you, Potato Cookie! Alright, thanks very much everybody for attending. I hope you have a wonderful day.